Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a great day. Soon, we will be joined by Rainy from Rainy Blue Reads, which will be very exciting. But she's going to be about 10 minutes late, as we may have noticed. She's ensuring that food will be gotten for the children and everything else like that. So, no worries there. Also, there's someone mowing the lawn outside. So, we're just having a great day. But I hope you guys are having a great one, and let me know what you're doing in the comments, like what your goal is maybe by the end of the day. I am reading, as the thumbnail suggests, If I Never Met You by Mary McFarlane. This is actually a buddy read with Nell from Nell Diamond and Danny from Danny Dabbles. The three of us are reading this. And I know if any of you recognize the title, you're probably thinking, Leandra's reading a romance? What is happening? This is clearly not the genre that she's been feeling lately. And ended up being this very serendipitous situation in which Nell, Danny, and I really wanted to do another buddy read together. We ended up buddy reading Suburban Hell a couple months ago, and it was such a fun time to just like dig into a book together that we're like, let's do it again. And so we did a spinner wheel trying to figure out what genre to do. And of course, we landed on romance, and we ended up choosing this book, and it was recommended to me by someone I know, so I kind of felt confident going into it thinking that it would work out for me, just because I knew that this person who recommended it to me like knew me pretty well and knew the issues I'd had with other romances, but it was really nerve-wracking because I was hoping that Nell and Danny would like it, and it seems like we're invested, if anything. Like we're feeling a bit of trepidation. We're not really sure where the narrative is going, but I'm liking it so far. It's reminding me of certain other romances that I can really appreciate. So that's been great. Let me see who's here. Hello, how are you, Fairy Librarian? Good evening to you. Claire's here too. Plan is to finish Reckless, then need to make some graphics for my readathon. So the Reckless mention, Claire is still hosting Chestnut Springs Along. This is book 4 with Brittany and Brooklyn. So if you all are interested, be sure to go check out her channel. Hello, Jamie. How are you? I hope you're doing well. What are you reading today? Also, Glenda is here. Tennille's here too. All the favorites. Here to say hi on lunch break per usual. Not sure if I'll get reading done, but might get a chapter of A High King's Tomb. Great. I'm not sure what book I want to continue. Second Chance Pass. Ooh, contemporary romance, or ACOTAR, which you may have heard of. It's ringing a bell. That's funny. Is it going to be a reread for you, or are you thinking of like this is your first time with SJM? Like, what is going on? I am really enjoying both so far, though. Oh, well, that's great. Yeah, it seems like, romance in its various forms is working for you. Also, Aspasia's here. Hello, good to see you. What are you going to be doing today? Things to accomplish today. Sounds good. More. Catch up on nonfiction read, catch up on buddy read, work on October readathon stuff, and read novella. Awesome. It almost like you can probably do like one each for each sprint we're doing. That sounds perfect. Also, October readathon stuff. Love it. You reminded me with nonfiction. I need to pick up a nonfiction. It's been too long, and I'm trying to read more nonfiction this year, and I've been in a bit of a dry spell. I think it's because I clearly wasn't going to pick up a nonfiction in June for obvious reasons, and so now it's been a little while. Listening to the audio of Outlive by Peter Attia. Okay. Nonfiction about health, wellness, and aging. Okay. Everyone reading nonfiction in the comments right now is definitely a sign that I should be reading nonfiction. Also, let me see here. I got to rearrange. I think it was this one. Hello.
Hello.
He is here. Feel free to like organize yourself, get ready while I'm in the comments, unless you are ready to tell us what you're going to be up to.
I mean, I can tell you and then get my life ready. Sorry. It was so funny. I was like, there's a tow truck guy stuck in the tow. It was very frustrating. Luckily, he was only stuck. There was 2 lanes. So it wasn't like I was stuck in the McDonald's. That would be awful.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that would be terrible. But can you like just give me my food? Like, just give me the food. We'll chill while we're in the drive-in.
Yeah. I'm reading the Book of Azrael.
Ooh,
so a fun dragon shadow monsters book. I'm 30% in and loving it. Mm-hmm. And then I'm, feeding my tiny humans.
Yes, we're like okay. Never mind. I thought I was 30%. I'm 25% to my book, but I was like, we're on different books, but at the same place. But nice. You know, juggling things. Your last day before work as well. So this is a bit of a
Yeah, I'm very sad about that. I don't want to think about it.
it's a bit bittersweet. So everyone just send positive thoughts to Rainy. Jen is also here. Hello, having a relaxing day today, reading the TOG tandem read. TOG, what is it?
Glass.
Throne of Glass. Okay, thank you so much.
Me
You know
and
what?
Linda and Kelsey are doing that tandem read in September, I think, because we're reading the book before that in August. We were supposed to read it in June, and then we pushed it to July, and then we pushed it to
It is that honestly, that's always how it is. You're like, maybe life will be a little less busy in a couple months, and then you're like, well, maybe it won't, but that's okay.
maybe
Yeah,
it won't.
people. I was gonna say a few people are reading Sarah J. Maas in the comments today because we talked about ACOTAR too.
Yeah.
By the way, the name Mary is pronounced Vari. Oh, okay. Thanks.
Oh,
I was wondering about that. We were talking about it in our Patreon sprints, this idea of it being Gaelic and not fully knowing what the pronunciation was, because obviously there's also like Maeve, Siobhan, like there's a few things, Ewan, that have certain pronunciations that are obviously more Gaelic in like origin. So thank you.
Although, this made me think because I was just I was listening to the beginning of your sprints when I was driving back and how you were talking about you and Danny and all things, and I was like, the last one comes out today.
I know. Speaking of, I'm going to start this comment so I don't lose that one. But, I clicked the wrong one. Danny's here in the comments. Speaking of, so everyone, I'm sure you all are aware, but Battle of the Booktuber Round 2, the final week of vlogs is coming out featuring this lovely lady over here, Rainy, one of the competitors. And I believe it goes out 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time today, EDT.
I think I'll be watching all of those in that sprint.
Yeah, same. That's what I did last week. I was like, I'm just gonna sprint a sprint and a half, watching everyone's vlogs.
Well, really, just watching Michaela's because that's the only one I haven't seen yet.
Yes, I know. That's like going to be the biggest reveal. So everyone, if you've been waiting for Michaela to finally reveal all of the books that she's read, this is the week to do it. Plus, the live show is this Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern time, like 8 a.m. Central time. So yeah, it's going to be a good time. I'm totally waking up for it. I'm going to have breakfast while I'm like watching all of it go down. It's going to be great. Anywho, back to the comments. I plan to make a copycat of Crumble's blueberry cheesecake cookie.
Oh, I want that.
And read some romances on my Kindle. Aspasia, you are having the best day.
You have to mail me the blueberry stuff because, oh my gosh, cheesecake is my weakness.
I know. And just like cheesecake things. Like I like the idea of like cheesecake cupcakes, cheesecake.
Well, Zaxby's just did fried cheesecake bites, and Aaron was like, you don't need those. And I was like, oh, I do. They're cheesecake, and they were fantastic.
Or like cheesecake. Like I've seen like cheesecake brownie swirl things where it's like half brownie, half cheesecake. And I'm like, that sounds amazing. I don't know if I could trust myself to make it, but it sounds great. Have read some Throne of Glass, but not ACOTAR. Okay. Very nice. I'll be reading a thriller called What Will Burn Last by Heather Chavez. Ooh, is it like newer or is it like a backlist title, Glenda? Because I've never heard of it.
I don't know.
So ML, by the way, saw your other comment come in. Yelena's here too. I'll be reading Liar's Knot today.
Ooh.
So happy I'm finally in a fantasy mood. So it's a fantasy. I'm already at over 40% despite starting yesterday, and it's a thriller. Yeah, I've never heard of Liar's Knot. I would assume that it's a thriller, but I guess that makes sense that it's a fantasy too. Also, hello, Danny. I showcased your name, but I did not actually greet you. Sounds great. Hope you're having a good day. Reading Bad Habits, an adult thriller about grad students and academics in humanities. Ooh, I don't know. That might be too close to home. I don't know if I like reading books that are like surrounding academics.
Yeah.
Anywho.
You don't like Dark Academia?
You know what? I do like Dark Academia, but I think it needs to be blended with a popular genre, like fantasy, mystery, like horror. You know,
yeah, because you didn't like If We Were Villains.
Yeah, I didn't like If We Were Villains because I felt like it was. I know you did, and I'm like mentally reminding myself that you like I'm trying to keep in mind the books that you like, because one day we'll be able to recommend books to each other.
Yeah, but we both absolutely despised Sally Diamond.
Woohoo party!
And you know
I
what's
love
funny?
to read it. Yeah.
The one on my Instagram, I was looking at stories this morning, and there was this other girl I follow, and she was like, I've read a lot of books lately. She's like, but this one sucketh. And it was Strange Sally Diamond, and I went, oh!
You're like, thank you so much.
I was like, we gotta talk. When we talked, and she was like, I know.
Honestly, it's like when you really like digest and like kind of like dissect that, it's a mess of a book. I'm sorry for those who in the comments who enjoy it, but that was really rough for Rainey and me. We've also, the thing is, we're good about not liking a book at the same time. So we both also didn't like Body in Question, which was for the taste test. I'm trying to think what else. We also weren't fans of Woman in the Library.
Oh no.
Yeah, so it's also
that
that genre.
That one didn't suck. It just was
It's just disappointing. Yeah, it was just kind of like the ending was like, okay, yeah.
The ending was like, why did you add that?
Exactly. Anywho, waiting for the HVAC guys to come do the routine maintenance, check on the AC. Yes, hopefully it works out because AC is a must. It's been really hot in the last month. Not gonna lie, I may read later, but I'm gonna play a game first. Just here to chat and encourage. Thanks for the encouragement. Enjoy your game.
Do it.
Cozy Sprints. Greeting everyone in the comments. Patricia's here too. Going to be doing chores, productivity for the first couple of sprints, but hopefully I'll then be able to read. Yeah, the motivation is to get the chores done so you can actually read with us.
No, I gotta read because I gotta go back to work. I don't know what I'm gonna do in my life. Although I did walk on the walking pad for an hour last night and I read and it was fabulous.
Oh, it's gonna change your life.
It is exciting. So
blueberry cheesecake cookies, yummy. I know, it sounds delicious. First week I spent so much time looking for Michaela's vlog and was really confused and I couldn't find it. Yeah, it was in the announcement where Danny said, hey, Michaela's going to be doing one at the very end. But because you're used to that kind of uniformity, like especially with round 1, because we did have the vlogs out all at the same time, we didn't have any kind of a mysterious intrigue going on with any of us. That totally makes sense. I still have to catch up on week 2 of Battle of the Booktubers.
Oh, you do. It's a doozy.
I wonder if I might be able to put in the link to the playlist in the description. Yeah, just so that if anyone wants to catch up, they can. And then maybe they can watch the week 3 vlogs in the next coming days. It is very close to home, but also very interesting. Oh, because I was gonna say because of academia and research. We already get the sense the main character is unhinged.
I love a good unhinged moment.
Hello, Ro. Hope you're having a good day. Hello to Jamie. Hope you all are having a fabulous day. We are. Thanks for joining us. It's a sequel to Years. The Liar's Knot. Okay, M.A. Carrick. It's very character driven and heavy on the politics and world building. It's pretty complex, but the characters make it worth it for me.
I bought Mask of Mirrors I think a month or 2 ago because I was like, when I get into my dense fantasy era, I'm gonna read it. I'm like, when is that gonna be, Rainey?
I know. It's always like one day I'll be in that era, and it's like I can't.
It's not even that I don't like dense fantasy. I'm just like, oh, but it has no romance.
I know. Like I want a little bit of a something. Maybe a subplot. Also, Danny has provided the link to the Battle of the Booktubers. Thanks so much. This is why having mods in the chat is very helpful. Wrench of power. And Danny loves that series.
I did know that. That's why I bought it.
I didn't know that. Interesting. Maybe I did. Maybe I'd recognize the cover if I saw those.
You would recognize the cover.
Yeah, I would think so. Hello, Stacey. Just in time before we go into our first sprint. I've been in a weird reading mood where I want to read, but I don't know what I want to read. I'm trying out.
Feel that.
I especially after June, I think all of us have been in that mood. The Escape Room by Megan Golden, to see if a thriller snaps me out of it. And that'll be a really quick read, which is kind of nice. I think that thrillers, it makes sense for those to be a bit palate cleansery, because then it's not like it's going to be like a 400, 500 page chunker. So good luck, Stacey. But okay, in that end of the comments, let's go into our first sprint. We'll go for an hour, and then we'll check in with everyone at the end. All right, happy sprinting, and thanks, Rainey, for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Hello, everyone. I hope the cat didn't scare anyone or any of our dogs or cats in the vicinity. Let us know how you did. I'm also going to put up the self-check-in reminder. So while we're talking, double check that your resources are as filled as they can be. But yeah, Rainey, let me know. How did you do?
I got to 43%. And things are happening. It is getting a while.
Ooh. Like, did you expect it to be this wild, or were you just like, no?
I don't know. I've heard a lot of things about this. I mean,
Mhm.
I don't know. I didn't know much. I just knew that it was like a morally gray, like anti-villain female main character, but that she has like dragon powers, and it's just
Mhm.
been a time. I'm really enjoying this book. But it is 600 pages. So.
Okay, yeah. So you're almost halfway through though, like 300 pages. I ended up getting to 29%. I read 2 chapters in If I Never Met You, and things are also progressing. It's really fun because I'm pretty sure that for our buddy read, all of us have gone in so blind. So everything has been a twist or like a surprise. And the tropes that have been thrown in have also kind of surprised us. So I'm continuing to try to be completely uncertain of what's to come. But I'm invested. And it's gonna be a high rating so far. Like that's what
Oh
I'm predicting.
wow!
I know because I'm really liking it. Like I feel like this author is providing really realistic
Maybe
dialogue.
you found the romance for you.
Seriously, and I'm like, if this ends up working out the way it is, I'm like, I might have to binge this author just to feel confident that I'm like, I have found a romance author that I really like. So yeah, exciting times. But let's see how everyone is doing in the comments. I see that Laura's here. Hello. Filming all day. So glad to be able to get to reading. Oh, you were filming all day. Going to start with my buddy read pages for funny story. Another
Oh,
romancer in the
fun. I'm supposed to buddy read that with Nell soon. Also, Laura, I think we were supposed to start Everqueen yesterday or today. Did you start? Because I didn't. I mean, not
just a
start.
question.
We started last week, and then I said,
Mhm.
can we pause and do this week? And then I have not been doing that, but I can. So.
Yeah, Laura, let us know. Hello, Linz. Hope you're having a great day too. Thanks for stopping in. Let us know what you're doing. Pam is also here. And Pam, I think this might be your first time here, or at least your first time commenting. Very exciting to see you. Yay, this is just what I needed. You're reading The Raven Boys by Maggie Stiefvater. I know quite a few people have enjoyed that.
I
It's
did not
YA.
like it.
I know. As soon as I said that, I was like, let me preface this by saying I know other people have enjoyed it because I also
To
know
be
you
fair,
didn't.
it probably would have hit different had I read it. Like it just a lot of it didn't translate well from when it was
Mhm.
written. Like I think it was like 2004 or something like that.
Yeah. So Pam, let us know. And if you're rereading it, it could be like a nostalgia read, which I also know is why some people still continue to really enjoy it because it's from like a time of reading that you had. But if you're just starting it, let us know if it's not hitting or if it's working out really well. Meanwhile, Jill has joined 30 minutes late. No worries. Late from a doctor's appointment. Those are important. Hope it ended up going well. We also have Alicia here, lurking for the most of the sprints. Totally fine. Get things done. About to run on errands and doing all things productive. That's honestly like once I'm done with my reading pages today, I've been like the last person to complete them every day. So I feel like I need to like prove myself and like read the pages first. So I'm going to get that done. And then I'll probably move on to more productive
That
activities.
just reminded me. I still need to respond to Nell about Beach Read. We finished that like 3 days ago, and like I gave my thoughts, and then she gave thoughts, and then I was gonna respond to her thoughts. I definitely did not.
It's terrible. I'm like that as well, where if I finish the book first and I've just like sent my thoughts out, when the person sends them to me, I'm like, oh, we're done. And I'm like, but no, I need to also respond to you. Like my part's done, but I do that as well. Aiming to schedule swim lessons called the Pest Control Peeps and working on deep cleaning kiddos' rooms before they start back to school. And yeah, because as soon as that happens, like the amount of like time and energy to then also do a deep clean is just not going to
I
exist.
deep cleaned Lincoln's room yesterday.
Yeah.
So,
I know you did because we were talking over voice
oh yeah,
messages.
you went on all my journeys.
I like you as you were moving from room to room. I was like, I'm just like, here with Rainy as she cleans the house.
You really are.
Yeah. Also, Courtney's here. Hi, Courtney. I'm sure Courtney's also sprinting right now. So if anyone wants to drop in the link to go check out Tangible Reads, go do it because she's great. She sprints on Tuesdays as well. Ro is reading X's and Foes by Amanda Woody. Tagline: When two ex-best friends decide to hold a competition for the new girl's heart, they don't expect to fall for each other instead. That is cute. It sounds a bit YA as well. Is it a YA book? For some reason, I'm getting the vibe for that. Hello, Sam. How are you? How are you doing with The Searcher? Sam and I have kind of been trying to do a buddy read with that book because it's our Patreon pick for the month. We're carrying it over into August for anyone who's also part of the manor here. But yeah, let me know how you're doing because I'm fine with what I'm reading right now. But as soon as you catch up to me, we can pick it up again. Me by the book, new here, just taking this time to try and finish my read on my Kobo. Oh my gosh, you are in good company. There are so many people who really love Kobo. I'm pretty sure Laura, the book hermit who's here, is like a huge Kobo supporter. Yeah, I almost got a Kobo because I've heard really great things about it. But Don't Look by Molly Black. I hope you're liking it.
I do love my Kindle though.
Mm-hmm.
Kobos are nice.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think you can go wrong with either one. It just depends on like what works best for you. Got halfway with Funny Story Pages. We'll finish them in the next sprint and switch to either Everqueen or Inkblood Sister Scribe. I read Inkblood Sister Scribe for my like Meet the Booktuber / Can We Trust Brittany, and I thought it was interesting. It was probably one of my first or the few first experiences with urban fantasy, so I didn't really know what to expect.
Oh, I like urban fantasy a lot, so I probably would like it.
Yeah, I think you probably would. It was interesting. Like I was kind of like I was surprised. I ended up giving it a 3.75, mainly just because by the end there were some dialogue things that felt a bit YA for me, which was just random. But
well, I'm reading Book of Azrael is an urban fantasy right now, and some people are just like, "Oh, I just don't like it." Like I'm like, I like it. I don't know.
Yeah, I respect it. I think if it feels very solidly urban fantasy, it's fine for me. I just get worried when you get that mixture of like magical realism because I've realized that magical realism isn't for me.
Yeah,
and that does happen in like real urban settings, so it's like that kind of blurred line. But urban fantasy works. Also, sorry that your poodle barked. I know the cat gets them sometimes. It's weird how realistic it is for them then. Succeeded in reading 50 pages. Woohoo! Congratulations, Pam. OMG, I had this up in the background while working from home and the cat scared me. I know, I've told you guys this last week, for those of you who were here. I switched from my other timer, Flocus, just because it felt like the timer was going off. Like it was being very weird and making my computer like slow down. And so I switched back to the cat, but I was talking with Brittany about it. And she was saying that like we were looking at the features and it does look like they changed their features for that. So maybe they were under construction last week, but I decided not to take a chance. I only read a chapter, but also ate lunch with my littles. I'll be driving my son to work during the next sprint. Sounds good.
I will be putting Eloise to sleep in the next sprint.
Yahoo! Hopefully it all works out. And
hopefully.
Welcome to the party indeed. Also in this next sprint, we're going to have the drop for booktubers, the battles, final vlogs. So we'll keep that in mind as well. Got to page 281 of 338. Oh my gosh, you have like 50, 60 pages left. A Tempest of Tea. I hope you're having a good time with it, Kellen. Just got back from lunch, picking back up The Searcher. Okay, cool. Honestly, no pressure though, because we have another month to read it now, so it's fine. We can take our time with it. I got to 51% in my audiobook, Outlive, which is good so far. Very nice. Just over halfway. Got to 82%. Started at 77 this morning. Progress. Woohoo. And that means you're probably going to be very close. If you wanted to finish it today, you probably could, depending on what time zone you're in. Got halfway through chapter 13. And If I Never Met You, I like him. I know. I'm like, you know what? There's the description of like the love interest for this one. His name's Jamie. And he's kind of described as this like player in the office and everything. And now I feel like we finally have a side to him because she's had a real conversation with him. And I'm into it. I like their dynamic. Also, because obviously the person she is not with anymore is the worst.
Yeah.
If you guys like the drama, definitely pick up this book. Had dinner and watched some YouTube. We'll be reading in the next sprint. Amazing. I'm dealing with a fiddly quest line and trying to build a homestead. It sounds like it's a bit of a slice of life kind of
Yeah.
game thing. I love those. What are you both reading? Sorry, I came in mid-sprint. No worries, Pam. Okay, so I am reading. Let me see if I can pull up the, what do you call it? The cover so you can see it. Yeah, there we go. So I am reading If I Never Met You. This is by Very McFarlane. Apparently that's how you pronounce it because it's Gaelic. And yeah, it's like a contemporary romance. We've kind of decided that that's what it is. It's British and it's very good. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. What are you reading, Rainey?
Well, I'm reading Book of Asriel, and my villain origin story is owning a physical book and reading it on the Kindle.
I was gonna say, like the last time you showed it, it was on your Kindle. I didn't realize you had a physical book too.
I mean, I didn't do it specifically for this one. This one was more, I was reading this on my walking pad last night. So I was like, okay, well, it already is where I was at. But I learned, especially for like annotating and things, that I can read it way faster on here and I can annotate and highlight everything. And then I can go to the book and I can spend time just tabbing and things. Because when I was trying to like do it, you read and then you stop and you do it, it was taking a million years. Like it took me like 3 months to annotate and read like the third Magnolia Parks, which is like 700 pages because I did it that way. But then I tried switching and did it a different way with a fantasy book that was like 500 pages and it took like 3 days. So it's like,
yeah, it makes sense.
This is easier to hold.
It is. I don't use my e-reader enough. Like when I'm reading stuff on it, I'm like, oh, I understand the convenience. And I don't know why I never do it.
But. And I read faster. I know it is weird, but that is a scientific thing. I swear I read faster.
It's a scientific thing. Lynn's didn't read that sprint. That's totally fine. Was going through stuff your Kindle Day options.
Oh, I saw that and went, I don't need any more.
I don't need it. I don't need that. Hello, Louise. I'm reading Fables Volume 2 and getting some admin scout work done after last week's scout camp. I hope it went well, and I hope you had good weather, especially if it was like outdoor camping. I didn't get time yesterday, but prioritizing it today. I promise.
Don't get that worried if you don't get to it today. That's okay. I'm not saying that because I'm behind.
Yeah, definitely not.
I haven't even started Just for the Summer, which I'm supposed to buddy read with Kelsey. And she said, oh, I'm not reading any of this weekend. You can catch up. Did I read it? No. Did she tell me last night she's on page 150? And I went, You're
like, okay, catching up might be a little bit slower. It's fine.
The books I'm reading have audio right now. They're all big popular books, and I'm on hold for like 5,000 years.
Yeah, audio, once in a while, I'll realize that for some reason the audio isn't like as popular as the ebook, and I'll be like, this is suspicious. But because more than often than not, it's so much harder to get an audio for anything. Yeah. Meanwhile, Pam, enjoying it so far, but I do enjoy anything Arthurian legend related to. There's that. Yeah, 39% in.
Wait, what was she reading again?
The Maggie Stiefvater, the Raven Boys.
Oh, yes. I did know that, and I'm not a King Arthur person, so that's also probably
totally tracks. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it.
About like Legendborn or not, because that's King Arthur. Right?
I didn't know that. I think I discovered it, and then I didn't know that it was.
Oh, yeah.
Stacy didn't read, showered, and made lunch. Priya's here too. Hello. It's been a little while. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good week. Finished reading The Good Part by Sophie Cousins, and I loved it. We're all kind of reading some kind of romance recently. It's very, honestly, I'm for it. Probably because I'm actually enjoying mine. It has a unique time travel concept with romance, and it was hilarious. Ooh, okay. Might have to keep that in mind. I've never tried anything by Sophie Cousins before. My kids go to camp next week, and I am absolutely cleaning their room while they aren't here. Yes, exactly. Like
100%.
This is the time. Laura, thanks for sharing Courtney Sprints. I really do appreciate it. So yeah, everyone go say hi to Courtney. Yes, it's YA. I was gonna say, I was like, the premise sounded YA. Oh, okay. I was like, I know there's quite a few people who have a Kobo. Yep. Perfect. Oh, got the Libra color.
I'm just waiting for the in color Kindle that's supposed to come out.
Oh my God. Honestly, like, it's kind of crazy how, not that we've had e-readers for so long, but I'm surprised that we haven't had like in color options like
Yeah.
sooner than this. Love my Kobo. I only use my Kindle for KU. Yeah, that makes sense, especially if you're a huge KU reader.
Oh yes, most of the books that I read are on KU, luckily. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hello, Lara. Who had that? I hope you're doing well. I'm supposed to be working, but I just had to take a break to say hi and wish you all an absolutely amazing time reading. Lada. And also, Lada is amazing. You should go check her out. She's trying to work her way to a 0 TBR. Like, that's her current goal on her channel. And she also was one of my competitors in round 1. We had a lovers to enemies to lovers arc, and it was beautiful.
I think I've accepted defeat. I will never get to 0 on the. I'll never get under 500, honestly.
We do our best, you know. We're trying. Oh yes, we never had KU. I read too slow. That makes sense. Yeah, I've never thought about using KU just because I know that I wouldn't take advantage of it. It's our Sibs book club pick this month.
Yeah.
Might be a good reason to finally read Inklet Sister Scribe. Of course, we're excited to see Lada. I'm so far behind on this buddy read. I think I'm going to attempt another chapter, which will put me at just having yesterday's chapters and today's. Then I'll switch to my nonfiction. Honestly, that's like a great way for you to have like this compartmentalism, being like, okay, I'm behind, but at least I can see how many days I'm behind, and then you can kind of readjust your schedule. So there we go. I'm going to start the next comment just so we can kind of keep on this train. But I will see everybody in an hour. Happy reading. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Let us know how you did. I saw a lot of people joined, so really lovely to see everybody. I ended up getting 2 more chapters into If I Never Met You. And for those who would like to see the cover again, I've gotten faster at whipping it out. There we go. And I'm still having a good time with it. I'm having a really fun time with Lori, with her love interest, Jamie. There's fake dating involved if people are intrigued by that. So, yeah, it's really like a breath of fresh air to have a great book that I'm reading with friends. I also have queued up all of the Battle of the Booktubers vlogs for round 3. And at the moment, I'm like round 2, week 3. And I'm like, okay, I've got 2.5 hours to watch. And I'm very excited for it. So that's probably what I'm going to do while I update my bullet journal in the next couple sprints. But Rainey, how did you do?
Wait, are they all up now?
No, so we've got 3 competitors and
Okay.
1 for Danny, and I'm just going to consume all of that,
Okay.
and we'll be good to go for there. So yeah, so we still have a lot of vlogs to watch anyway, so we'll be good.
What was I gonna say? I did not read because I was tearing apart the giant box that my walking pad came in so that I was ready for the trash day. And then I was also dealing with her because she woke up early. And then I'm really mad because Zodiac Academy is getting traditionally published. And I own them already. So then I was like, well, crap. They're changing and they're out of print. Like once Amazon runs out, Amazon runs out. So I was like, okay, I'm going to order the last like 8 books I need of the series. And so they're coming in doses. Like 3 of them came today and I have to return 2 because look at this. What even is that?
I mean, classic Amazon.
And then the other one, like the corner is completely chipped and it's peeling in the front as well. I'm like, what is this garbage?
I swear, people like throw their books into the boxes like they're playing basketball sometimes because the way that
I
those
got
books
a giant package for my birthday and it was like 9 books and they literally just smushed them in there as close as they could. And luckily nothing got ruined, but I was like, did you not really see that this was going on clearly? Like the whole cover is peeling off.
And it's so sad too because like you said, those books are like dwindling in like access to getting those ones. And so it's just like you're just ruining them for like no reason. Yeah.
I know. And it's also annoying because it's like, yeah, now I have to return these. And of course, that requires me actually going, putting them back in the box, taking them wherever I'm supposed to. And if you don't do it within 30 days, they double charge you. And I'm like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's honestly, I get so frustrated with Amazon and books because they don't treat them very well. And then there's such a huge process to actually return them that's why I try not to. But then there's times when you're going to. So it is.
So that was very sad. I already have Amazon replacing them. But now I'm just like, well, hope the ones tomorrow aren't bad.
I know, hopefully. Oh gosh, because then you got to go through the process all over again, and then Amazon gets fishy. They're like, "Oh, are you like? What are you doing?" And I'm like, "It's not me. It's you. Your people are like."
No, literally, like, and the box wasn't even smushed or anything. So I'm like, really, people? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, that is really too bad. But I also I see some people saying that they read with their e-readers faster too. Lotta swamped over time. I'm so sorry. I hope you have a time to have a break, maybe a holiday coming up soon. Also, Heather joined. Hi, Heather. What are you reading or doing today? There's a lot of productivity that isn't reading focused. Never say never.
I'm gonna say never, Danny, especially because I literally just bought 9 more books.
Yeah, you're like, I'm never going to get to the end of my TBR.
Also, this one I just thought was wild. They waste an entire page at the end of every single chapter. Every single chapter. I'm like, I don't understand.
It clearly makes it like also bigger than it. Like it's already a big book. Why would you waste pages?
Look how tiny this font is.
Yeah, that is ridiculous.
And this is 784 pages.
I think Brooklyn from Brooklyn Reads, when she got her copies, she's like, I opened the book and was like, oh, because the font is really tiny. And so I think she's reading on her e-reader as well for those ones because she's like, I'm not going to be able to read those.
Wild.
But Stacy definitely never going to get to 0, but getting to a single layer on my TBR shelf so that I can see all my books would be nice. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. I just want to I want to be able to manage and like be more aware of just the books I own and what I have. Hello, Paul.
To show you his fort.
Please, yes. Very nice.
With the box that I have not finished ripping because of this one.
But it's a good use. It's been a great reading day so far. I finished Widow's Web, loving the series by Jennifer Estep.
Nice.
Yeah. Hello, Denise. Glad to see you. Hope you're having a good day. The cookie and blueberry filling are cooling, so I'm going to clean up and prepare lunch before assembling the cookies. That sounds so good. I'm happy for you because I'm jealous. When my eyes focus again, I will start City of Glass. City of Glass or City of Brass? Is there a City of Glass? I don't know.
Is there a Cassandra Clare one? Or I could be wrong.
Maybe that could be it too. I get confused because there was a lot of titles that are obviously very similar. Hello, Atia. Okay, so this book, The Heaven and Earth Grocery Store, I've been seeing it so many places.
I've never heard of this book.
If you saw the cover, I think you'd recognize it because I know it because of the cover. And also finish some picture books so I can get them back to the library. Sounds good. And honestly, a good picture book, that can brighten your day. Hello, Vanessa. I hope you're having a good day. We've been chatting because there's been some secret collaboration projects going on. Cookies are done and delicious. Lunch is almost done, and I think it'll also be good. Oh, yeah, and then you'll have dessert after the lunch. Also,
I've never seen this cover.
Really? Yeah. I will say, like, it's mainly because it's been on our new shelf at the library where I work for, so I've just kind of been staring at it. So maybe that's why I'm a bit more familiar with it. But Aspasia only got like 3 pages. You were busy making cookies, making lunch. It's an understandable. Also, here's the link for the playlist for those interested in getting started on week 3 vlogs. Glenda is greeting Atia, Vanessa, Denise. Reading What Will Burn Last by Heather Chavez. Yes. Hello, Anne. I'll be reading If I Were You by Lynn Austin and Booth by Karen Joy Fowler. That one, Booth, I know that has gotten like rave reviews as well. Booth is a buddy read with my sister, and I've got 34 pages to our stopping point. Oh my gosh, you should be able to do that in like a sprint or two, depending on how distracted things get. Also, Cherie's here. Hello. Happy Tuesday. Oh my gosh. Party in the house. So many faces that I recognize. It's really nice. Reading Little Rot by Akwaiti Etsy. Interesting. Oh, I'm going to have to start that because I don't know it, but maybe I would if I looked into it. Also, Witchy Reads is here, someone who I have only recently kind of been acquainted with through certain secret projects. Currently reading Dance of Thieves by Mary J. Pearson. Very nice. Okay, cool. Good luck with that. Also, good to see you in the sprints. Afternoon. Hello, Katie. I'll be going between working and reading Queen of Myth and Monsters.
I do need to read that too at some point.
Mm-hmm. This is always
reading book 1.
Yeah, it's always a situation where as we go through sprints, I'm like, most of you are just reminding me of books I should be reading or should have read, but I haven't. Hello, Christina. Also, Sherry's here. Hi, Sherry. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the reminder to hydrate. Yes, hydrate, nourish your bodies too, especially if you've been here since the beginning for a few hours. I feel like I only read 2 pages, then got distracted by other things on my laptop. It's the tabs. It's all the tabs on your computer that you get distracted by. Made it to 35% into One Piece Volume 5 and Not My Type. Just the beginning of your One Piece journey, I'm sure.
Oh. She says hello. Now she's playing with toys.
Hello, Carissa. Oh, don't apologize, Laura. I hope that your trip to the dentist went well, especially for if you have any like dentistry anxiety, because I know some people have that. People love to see Rainy. I brought my teen to work and read 2 pages and taste tested my mom's cookie. This is a day for cookies and for like 2 to 3 pages of reading. And you know what? I'm not mad at it. I'm working on a test knit and listening to The Shadow Rising. Ooh, a test knit. Are you like vlogging the project? Because Carissa also has some like craft stuff on her channel. Much better experience than last time. Only have to go back for 2 fillings. Okay, that's good.
And the marker.
Editing a graphic heavy video. Ooh, it's so time consuming. Vanessa, oh my goodness, I wish you luck, especially if it's really time consuming. Those are the hardest. Fake dating, that's my top trope. I know, it's my top trope too, to be honest. If I had to like decide on a certain romance trope, fake dating is just really fun.
I do like fake dating.
Yeah, right? Like there are times when it's like doesn't work out, but I think it's just that's the author. It's not because it's the trope. Like I like the trope, so there we are. Didn't read anything yet. No worries, Sherry. Let us know what you end up getting up to. Friends in the comments. And reading another secret project book while I am playing around with editing my TBR game. Awesome. Not as much reading that sprint, but got to 63% in my book and hung up some laundry. Also did some random exercise because this book makes you want to move more. That's cool. There are some books that like put me in the mood for a certain activity.
Yeah.
Active activity, or it could be like a certain food or something to that effect. I'm also ordering the last.
Well, let's hope yours look better than this.
Seeing those books make me feel attacked. I know, like genuinely, I'm like, the person who packed this clearly doesn't read. That's what that
every time I get a book from Amazon, I'm like, okay, am I gonna have to return it? Because I feel like it's like 50-50.
Yeah.
And that's ridiculous. I'm like, Amazon, do better. Especially if the thing is, like, their prices are so much lower, which is how they get people, but then they're crappy at packaging.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, maybe this is also why your pricing is lower, because you aren't taking care of them. And I'm sure they're not like storing them well. They don't pay attention. I agree with this. But I've had it where like books that will come and I'll be like, this looks dirty, and I'll replace it because there's like dirt marks on it. I'm like, where were you putting this in the warehouse? Realizing I'm not in the mood reading mood tonight. So just YouTube watching sprints.
There you go.
Hi. Popping in for a few minutes during my lunch break. Hi, Jamie. Hope your lunch break goes well and it's relaxing before you go back to work. Next sprint will be the Battle of the Booktuber vlogs. Yahoo! Yes, this has been such a fun competition to watch as an outsider coming from round one, and I've had a really good time watching you guys like vlog and kind of figuring out what's going on in Rainy's head, in Kirsten's head, in Josie's head. Okay, finished playing for a bit, got a lot of questing done. So that was fun. Awesome. Need to grab some tea before I do anything else. Ooh, what kind of tea are you going to grab? It's the same thing with Barnes & Noble. Yeah, sometimes with Barnes & Noble, I will say that the process for Barnes & Noble is just like a little bit easier for returning. Like, I don't know.
I haven't had any problems with Barnes & Noble books yet.
Yeah.
But I hate that they come like 5 days after the book releases.
Yeah, that can be the issue for them. I think I've only ever returned one book for it being like damaged. You know what I've had? Like Blackwell's, but they'll usually just like return your money because they've sent it to you like overseas. And they're like,
no, but it sucked because it happened, I think, with Kelsey. It was like, oh yeah, because the Magnolia Parks ones, like those covers are different. Yeah. And it happened and they sent them and they were like, yeah, we're just gonna, no, they didn't even refund all their money. They were offering 30%.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, are you joking? Those can't be damaged and you're only going to give me 30%?
Yeah. Yeah. It's great service when it works out, basically.
Yes.
Hello, Allison. Reading A Ballad of Phantoms and Hope. Ooh, that sounds very interesting. I hope you're enjoying it. Also, welcome. I've had that happen before, Rainy. Very frustrating. The last book I ordered and the dust jacket was bent. Yes, Danny actually like showed us on camera and was like, look at this. I'm obviously going to have to return this. Sticky on the front. Oh, God.
I mean, I've had the wrong book delivered before.
Oh, no.
And I was like, no.
Yeah, I had it where like it was supposedly delivered and I couldn't find it anywhere. And I was like, hey, it's not here. They sent me another one and then it showed up and I had two. And I was like, hey, I've got two. And they're just like, keep both. And I'm like, I mean, thank you. But do you see your disorganization?
No, but that's almost the same thing. Mine got delivered and then it said on there, I'm sorry, it's been delayed. And then it said your package has been lost. We're reimbursing you. And I'm like, no, I got the books.
Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, like this is so silly. Yeah. Cecilia, hello. I'm reading In the Woods by Tana French. I read that a couple months ago with friends, and I'm actually reading The Searcher by Tana French. Not today, but I just started that last week, and I'm having a good time with it so far. I hope you're liking In the Woods. It's a bit darker. I don't own a lot of books, so my TBR is just a list with books I want to read at some point. Yeah, that sounds great. Okay. There's enough books on there right now to fill like 5 lifetimes. City of Glass. Okay. Interesting. I've read about 3.5 hours into my audiobook today. Yes, Witchy.
How much I have left of my audiobook, so I need to finish today.
Good morning, Jess. Hope you're doing well. A fourth of the way through my bind off for Grandma's Blanket. Ooh. Very nice. And finishing a nonfiction called Alone on the Ice. Ooh, that sounds like scary. It sounds like maybe a survivalist kind of book. I am listening to Fourth Wing and reading Off Track. Awesome. We are all being very productive today. I read on physical. Oh yeah, you read on physical and e-reader. Y'all think I should do a 0 book challenge? I'm so nervous. Honestly, if you want to, like it's nerve-wracking, but when you start to kind of keep track of it, you feel like it's possible. And I'm only speaking from the point of I'm trying to read every single book I've purchased in 2024, and it's actually going really well.
Like yeah, you're doing way better than Rainy.
Yeah. Leandra is doing better than Rainy for that. But you know what? It all depends on the type of purchaser and like reader you are. Like as long as you're okay with your habits, like it's totally fine.
Well, I'm not. I did cancel my pre-orders for like the second half of the year because I was like, Rainy, you need to stop pre-ordering so many books. If you want the book and you're really going to read it, you will go to the store and choose it.
For sure. So everyone, we'll go for another 5 minutes on this conversation just because I want to get through as many comments as possible. And then we'll go back into an hour-long sprint just so people are wondering like, when are we going to start sprinting again? Almost done with sending out the badge payments for the last year and making the program for next half of scouting. Louise, you're always so on top of things. Hello, Jill. I have 2 books I need to finish. Okay, we can support you on this. One is Nice Work. For Nora November. And the other is, Nice Work, Nora November. I don't even know what this book is. Other is Spitting Gold. Yeah, it's a lot of alliteration. City of God.
I was right. It's Claire's.
Very nice. This is why I need to have like a fantasy / romance person on with me so they can you can like translate it for me. Hello, Bryce. Was cleaning, moving books, moving furniture all morning in order to remodel my room. Now sitting down to read The Summer of Broken Rules by K.L. Walther. Really hoping I like one. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it. And also, oh my gosh, yes, treat yourself to sitting down because it sounds like you haven't sat down all morning. I'm glad I was able to join the sprint. My days are usually so crazy, but it worked out today. Yes, I'm really glad to see you here. This is wonderful. What is the Battle of the Booktubers? Thank you for asking, Bryce. So it is a competition among booktubers where we recommend books. It's 4 competitors per round. You recommend 4 books per person. Those people come back, read 2 from that list, and there are points involved. You basically figure out in the end who's the best booktuber. And because there's 4 rounds, there will be 4 winners, and then there's going to be a battle of the victors. So yeah, we're on round 2.
Trying to make it to that victor circle. I'm trying. Can I tell them something? What do you need to tell them?
Also, Bryce, the link will be in the comments.
Sure. What? Tell her what you were gonna say.
I was watching a video and it said that you do any damage, the world gets more scared.
Oh. Okay.
From the words of Lincoln.
Yes. The wise words of Lincoln. Just got back from errands. Sounds good, Alicia. Not making. Oh, now you're making pizza for lunch, and then back to the toy declutter and organizing.
It never ends.
It doesn't, but fuel your body first. I support that. Enjoying it so far. Grateful. Welcoming people. Didn't make cookies, but I did make cinnamon twists this morning. Was not expecting today to be a baking day across the board. I know, it's just across the world. We're all baking, except for me. I'm just living vicariously.
I mean, I don't bake very often.
You're like, I just don't do it. I'll buy the baked goods. I will gladly do that. I'll consume them, but making them, no. Finished funny story pages, sprint hopped, now trying to decide what to switch to, so I am playing with thumbnail while I decide.
I hate making thumbnails.
Yeah, if I'm like feeling good about the image, you know, what I want it to look like, it's great, but if I'm like, I don't know what I want to do, yeah. Read about 30 pages, enjoying it, so I guess the other book I was reading just wasn't working for me. Yeah, it's nice when you finally find a good one and you're like, okay, it's not me, it was the other book. Not vlogging it, didn't even think about that, but I think that I may put future projects in vlogs. Yeah, I think that'd be really fun. Some good B-roll. Must have really good luck. I've never got a bad book from them.
Lucky.
Truly. City of Glass, 3rd book. Okay. Pre-order books for next year. Yes, I did pre-order some books because Barnes & Noble was having their like 25% off.
I mean, I pre-ordered like a few just because it was like if they're special edition ones that like the 3rd and 4th wing, for example, because I'm like, yeah, if I don't pre-order that, I'm not going to get the sprayed edges. But
yes, that's true too. Like when you know it's like a short run and you're like, I need to get it. Also hate that Amazon is about to get more book buyers since Costco announced they are no longer selling books throughout the year, only seasonally. Like, honestly, it's like, it's understandable if, especially for financially, if you're going to like, use Amazon. But I always say, I'm like, if you can't afford it, if you can lean on certain sales from other places, support other booksellers, because Amazon will make us like have no bookstores ever. I've never sent a book back to Amazon. Every time I get a messed up book, I just suck it up, Bryce. No. If it ends up just being easier for you to not care.
It's just unfortunate that they're so much cheaper though, because like I went to Barnes for my birthday and I only bought one book because it wasn't like it was like $1 or $2 difference on Barnes. It was anywhere from $7 to $12, and I'm like, I'm not going to pay $12 more for the same book. But it's like, frustrating.
Yeah, and it's just like, it is a question of like ethically that like Amazon is losing money when they sell a book, but they're also taking advantage of you like spending money elsewhere while you're doing it. And it's like Amazon is evil, unfortunately, but I also would never tell someone to stop buying from Amazon if that's their only way of accessing it. So
I did get a book that you loved though, Barnes and Noble, Bloom.
I am so excited for you. Can I reach it? It's over here. I know my, oh no, maybe it's up here. Where are my horror books? Da-da-da. Okay, it was worth it. It was worth it. Bloom.
I know, because I read The Violence by her and I really liked it. And then I've just been seeing this and I'm like, it looks interesting.
Yeah, I'm excited. I hope you like it. Restaurant tea. Okay, cool. Hello, Zoe's here. Yeah, everything's going really well. We're having a little bit longer of a chatty bit just because we've been talking about some good topics. So I wanted to kind of cover those. Welcome to the party. But on that note, I'm going to star Allison's next comment and we'll come back to that after this hour-long sprint. All right. See everybody when you get back. Hello. Welcome back. Good to have everybody here. You know what? It's crazy that we've already been online for 4 hours. I'm really surprised that so much time has passed. Let us know how you did in the comments. I am still currently reading If I Never Met You, but this sprint instead, I was watching the Battle of the Booktubers round 2, week 3 sprint or vlogs, and I'm almost done with Josie's. Like, I watched yours, Rainey. I watched Kirsten's. I'm almost done with Josie's, and I'll move on to Danny's in the next sprint. And I got some bullet journaling done while I was watching. How did you do, Rainey?
Well, I smell a poopy diaper. I'm about to have to change. Fun. I did not read. I watched the rest of the booktuber videos I hadn't seen yet. And just spiraled in life, and that was it.
Perfect. Well, you know what? Sometimes we need a spiral in life sprint, get it done, and then it's fine. But yeah, welcome to anyone who's new. Let us know what you've been up to, or if you're new, but also like double check your water. Make sure you have like the nourishment that you need. Allison was saying that their book is a spin-off of The Fabric of Our Souls from Cam Muranova. They're kind of sad, but so good. My mom had once ordered a radio, like a fancy and expensive one, and they delivered it twice. This is Amazon. We decided just not to say anything about it, so now I have a free radio. Like, honestly, that
Why
might
not?
as well. Yeah, like whatever. Have been trying my book, buying to a minimum, putting it to a minimum, but I have also been buying Wheel of Time books. Well, it's because you've been reading them with the read along, so that makes sense. Don't have the space to buy a ton of books. Breaks my heart. I know. Pre-ordered books that capture my eyes. Very nice. Welcoming Bryce, checking in on thoughts on Fourth Wing. Also responding to some people, answering questions. Going to study, going to eat as well. Sounds good, Sherry. Heard Barnes & Noble will match prices, but I also saw Danny did say, although I just looked it up and now it says they will price match their own website, like saying like if it doesn't match, like with a sale
Well,
online.
I know Books a Million does that because Books a Million is always cheaper online, and so when I go in store, I say I want the online price, please.
Yeah, like I'm seeing this. I've done it where I went to Barnes & Noble, bought books, left, and then literally I was in the parking lot. I got an email saying that there was like a sale. Went back in, returned the books. I literally went to the cashier. I was like, I just got this coupon. Can we return these and then buy them, but with the coupon? And they did it. And I was like, okay, thanks. Because I was like, this is ridiculous. And I just got this when I left. Hello, JK. We are doing well. We're pretty much just watching booktuber vlogs at the moment, but we have been reading as well. Hello to Maddie, popping in to show you some love before you go to work. Oh, I was going to say you also, I don't think you've done it yet, but you're having a live show where you interview an author. So if people find interesting to that, yeah. I don't remember. I know that there's a live show, and I was like, oh, that sounds exciting. And so I'm not sure, but if you're interested, go check out This Bookish Cottage and see her live show.
Oh, Hannah Linder.
Okay. Hannah
Whoever that be. Oh, wait, it already happened.
Then everyone can rewatch it.
Yeah,
go rewatch it. See their discussion. I'm sure it was super exciting. But yeah, thanks, Maddie. I also love your content. She lives on a boat. So if that is also exciting to you all, go check it out. It's very fun to see her vlog.
I'm meaning to watch her stuff because it looks so fun.
Mm-hmm.
She lives on a boat? I didn't know that.
She does. It's very exciting. It's really cool. I know she's done like boat tour like videos and stuff where she's like shown where her books are on the boat and everything.
Does she like go places on her boat, or does it just stay?
I think it stays docked for the most part. But that would be a good question to ask Maddie. Because I'm not really sure. Yeah. Gotta wash my hair. Honestly, I feel that I'm on like a very strict washing hair schedule, and my plan is to wash it tomorrow.
Yesterday, so I'm good.
Yeah, you're like, I'm set. Exactly. Of course, Ro. Hello, Marie Pierre. How are you? Let's see. Just joining. I have 50 pages left of Middle of the Night, the new
I
Riley
haven't heard
book.
one person say that it is good, and I am sad.
Oh no!
I've not heard a single good thing.
Yeah, and I read Home Before Dark, and I enjoyed the atmosphere, but I was very let down by the ending, and so I haven't read anything by him. But my hold for Middle of the Night just came in, so I've read
the last 3 books of his. Survive the Night is the worst book ever. The House Across the Lake did not like, and I can't say why because it spoils it. And then the only one left loved it so very much. It was just so over the top, and I just had a great time. So I don't know.
Yeah, just hit or miss, I guess. But I hope, Marie, that you're enjoying it for your own sake, because you are. You only have 50 pages left, so I hope you're like in for the ride. Meanwhile, Nicole is also here. Hello. Time to go for a walk. I support that. Rope Crewman's in the comments. Hello. Can't stay because of a 4 o'clock appointment. Hope all is well. Yeah, hope all is well with you too. Yeah, the cadaver signing off. If people are asking, it's because Rope Crewman is one of my corpses in my Manor Patreon, and we very much appreciate the status of death because it makes things very exciting. I'm back and so annoyed. Oh no, primary care physician scheduled me a virtual visit this morning, but then I just sat in the virtual rating room. No. So they clearly forgot about you. That is really frustrating. No, you are very allowed to be annoyed by that and to vent, because it's one of those things too where it's so hard to get a physician's appointment for so like long, and then when you finally have it, then they can't do it. I've seen people who've done that too, where they've arrived, and understandably, like, doctors get sick as well, but you need to like prepare your patients beforehand so that you're not wasting your time. Yelena came back. A friend called to come by for a chat. I love that. I hope you had a great time. She just left, so I can finally continue my book now. Honestly, that sounds like a great way to refresh. So now you can return to your book after a good chat. Lovely. Welcoming people back. Yes, nice to meet you. We're making friends. I really do wish the hold for the Searcher audiobook wasn't months long. Irish accents are just so fun. Well, you know what, Sam? It's interesting because I wonder if it would be in an Irish accent. Like the dialogue for others would be in an Irish accent, but the narrator might be American because the main character we follow is American. I was thinking that. I don't know. If anyone has listened to the Searcher's audiobook, they can let me know in the comments. But I have been wondering that. Hello, Servasha. Locked myself out of the house. No, why are people having like bad days? Thankfully, the library is a 5-minute walk from home, so I picked up Vampire Vacation, book 2, in the Sinister Summer series by Kirsten White. Yes, that sounds great. Is that the the Wretched water park? Is it that series that Kirsten White has written? Because I've been meaning to try that, waiting for hubby to get home from work. At least you've got the library to like, keep you company, but that is not fun. Heather finally got all my books on my spreadsheet from last month. Honestly, perpetually behind. That's why I'm updating my bullet journal. It's not because I'm like ahead or on schedule. I am behind. I'm writing reviews for books that I read way too long ago. Hello, Anna. Stopping by for a quick chat in the middle of Through the Glen by Samantha Young. Also feeding the little one. Always juggling. Caught up on, to week 3, Battle of the Booktubers. Things are heating up. Yes, like there were some highs, there were some lows. So many books I've been interested to read, so I've been loving all of the summaries and updates. Yeah, there have been like a lot of well-known titles, which can work out really well, especially when you're like, I kind of want to see what people think about these books. I'm sure, Rainey, you're very happy to be like at the end of the experience. Got the live show coming up, and now you're like, okay, now I just get to sit back and watch other people.
I'm just posting now.
Yeah, exactly. Wahoo! Alone on the Ice is done. 3.5 stars. About a man who was exploring Antarctica and fell into a crevice in the ice. He had to make his way alone to camp, which was a huge hike. Yeah, those. My father is obsessed with those. Like by what's his name? Krakauer, the one who wrote like In Thin Air and
John Krakauer. Yeah,
and I'm just like, I don't know if I could read those. I think it'd be too much for me. And got 6 more bind off sections done. That makes 24 more to go. Oh my gosh, awesome. Read the first 30 pages of Leather and Lark. Awesome, Pauline, and liking it a lot so far. Well, that's a relief, especially when you've likely loved book 1 and you're kind of like, okay, are we going to keep up the hype in book 2? So,
I don't know about that one. We'll see. Everyone says the audiobook is awful, so I might nix the audio.
Yeah, maybe just physically read. I have learned, like, sometimes I'm too reliant on audio, but when the audio isn't great, it's like, you know what? I can just physically read the book and appreciate it, because it's true. Audio can enhance a book, but it also can ruin a book.
There is a time though where I was reading a book and it just was not hitting for me, and then I switched to listening to it as well, and I was like, oh, it would have gotten a way higher rating had I done that from the start.
Exactly. A lot of times it depends on the formatting. Got distracted by the YouTube last couple sprints, started finally writing up a review. Very nice, Jill. Yeah, you know what? We need those distractions sometimes. They're healthy, with a little bit of breaks in between. I finished a section of Tower of Dawn, trying hard not to nap, but Jen, let yourself nap if you need it. Had to pause reading to edit my first reading vlog, which, looking back at the footage, is just utter chaos. What's funny is with vlogging is because you're doing it in snippets, you don't really know what the culmination is going to look like. And so sometimes it is chaos. Watch Rainy's and Kirsten's vlogs. I'll watch the other ones tomorrow. Yeah, sure. Piecemeal it. That's smart too, because it is a lot of watching, especially if you want to get things done today. I'm 71% through my book. I want to finish it today. I can sense I'm going to be staring at the wall for a while when it's done. Ooh, those are good books, making you have to kind of think and you can't read after. 74% into Not My Type, 65% into One Piece Volume 5, making a little bit of progress in every book. Got to 74%. Oh my gosh, so many people. We had 3 people in a row, 71%, 74%. Like, you guys are all so close to the end. And I'm getting closer to finishing my Granny Square blanket. Cecilia read 83 pages of In the Woods. Oh my gosh, you're a reading speed demon. I have 10 pages left of Middle of the Night. Oh my gosh, Marie, I'm sorry that you had to come back just for that. If you want to mute us, we support it. Feel free to do it. Nap sprint. Yes, exactly. I support it. So Jen, if you want to take a nap, others have done that too. I think I'm going to do some reading, but I'm going to start a new book, The Last Dragon King by Leah Stone. Ooh, fantasy romance.
I have seen that. I don't know. We'll see if I get to it.
Okay, good to know. Tara just joined. Hello. I need to get ready for bed, and then I can read before I go to sleep. Ooh, yeah, get all cozy, and then you can hang out with us before you go to bed. That sounds great. Done work, made supper, tried Danny's bibimbap recipe, which is in the Killer's Kitchen for my Manor peeps. But the allergy substitutions, I hope ended up being good for you. Need to get ready to go to the movies with a friend. Might be able to read a chapter. Oh yeah, that sounds great. Okay, I finished figuring out my game. Now to choose the TBR. Those are always kind of fun though. Got back from tutoring, had lunch, did laundry, reading for the next sprint. Awesome. Good to see you, Brandy. Almost done. Chapter 3 of Killers of the Flower Moon. Sherry, I want to read that. I have it on my nonfiction cart that I've just decided.
I got that only because I wanted a different book from Book of the Month, and I didn't like the selections, and that was a fan fave, and I was like, my dad will read this. So I said, Dad, happy birthday.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, I've only heard good things, but it does feel like a heavy nonfiction too. My hot take is that I prefer Books a Million over I was gonna say Book of the Noble, Barnes and Noble.
I do for indie published books because they actually have indie books.
Mm-hmm. I've had to rely on Books a Million a couple times for manga, for instance.
Oh yes, for manga too.
Yeah, they have a really good manga selection, so I support that. Oh yes, Battle of the Booktuber. I should watch that now and read when I get back from the movies. Yes, exactly. Especially if you're already have a plan in mind to go to the movies. Don't force yourself to read beforehand. Kelsey is here too. Just finished work. Now I'm going to read Just for the Summer.
Oh no, you can't. I'm not. No.
Rainy's read anything else. Give me time. I'll be your one person. It was good. I will give it a 4. The end wasn't it for me.
That's what I've heard.
It's a vibe book in my opinion. Okay. Not much going on, but 4 stars. That, you know what I mean? 4 stars is fine. I feel like we
need to book. Nothing much going on for thriller.
That's true too. Did it feel mystery-esque? Is that why? I don't know.
I hate thrillers that end up turning into mysteries. I'm like, you are not a thriller.
Meanwhile, the only thrillers I like is when they're mystery thrillers, and I'm like, okay, there's a mystery going on. I hate pure thrillers. I'm struggling to find a good one that I like. That could be your goal for me too, Rainy.
Oh, I could do that. I could do that.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Jess. I've been audiobooking while cataloging my books. It's taking so long. Yeah, I understand that probably would be a long process.
Why have you not liked thrillers?
Me?
Yeah.
Is this, do we want to get into it?
Do like a 30-second spiel.
Okay, so my issue with thrillers is that they typically have an entire cast of unlikable characters,
Okay.
and that's fine, but you need to be able to root for them. And usually, even the narrator is someone you can't root for. And I'm just like, let's kill them all. Why not? Let's turn this into a horror. And then on top of that, there are a lot of reveal tropes that are at the end twists. And once you've read enough thrillers, we've done it enough. It's oversaturated.
Yeah.
And there's one thriller trope that I'll say, but I can't give you any examples because if I do it, you will then be spoiled for them, is the realization that someone in the group has been a sociopath the entire time. Like, how many sociopaths are out there? Like, there is always, I'm like, I don't care if there's a mastermind who is like trying to keep all of their secrets and they're willing to do anything, including kill a bunch of people and just not have any empathy about it. But like, why do you have to add that they're a sociopath, that when they were kids, they harmed animals, that there would be bruises on people's bodies and you couldn't explain it. And then they just like, surprise. And I think it's overdone. Like, it used to be an exciting twist, and now I'm like, that's not impressive. That's lazy writing.
I'm gonna find. I know I've read a thriller out there where I root for the main character, and
Okay.
I'm gonna find it.
Please, truly. And again, like, people, if you love thrillers, it totally fine for that. But I feel as though I need different thrillers than the ones that we've been given. So,
Yeah,
anyways, I think that took me about 30 seconds. That was pretty good.
that was good.
Yeah, finished cold tea last night, and I'm not sure how I feel. Ooh, so if anyone's like Mariana Zapata, please reach out to Jess so that they've got someone to talk to. Hello, Steph. I had my mattress delivered today, so I've been rearranging my room. You aren't the only one. We've had quite a few people. Bryce was also rearranging room stuff. Also got my hair done this morning. Now I'm ready to read. Awesome. All right. I think we're going to stop here at Witchy's next comment, and then we'll come back for another chatty bit after an hour sprint. All right. Happy reading, everybody. Glad to have you here. Hello, welcome back. We will do probably one more sprint after this, but let us know how you did. And I ended up finishing the vlogs that I was watching, caught up on some bullet journaling, everything like that. I started reading, but then I got a notification on my phone from Shayna, who is also on YouTube, and she's one of my patrons. She's like, "Hey, Leandra, did you know that Murphy Napier had like done your calm down tag and shouted you out?" And I was like, no. Yeah. So I ended up checking it out, and it was 8 hours ago. She posted her own. She calls it the cool down, but and I didn't get a notification because she didn't like at me, but she did tag the video, and like my image is on screen, and I was like, oh my gosh. So that's really exciting, and really shocking. So I'm gonna have to watch that as well sometime today and just thank her. But anyways,
That's gonna blow up now.
I know. So I was like, oh my god.
That's so exciting.
Yeah, it's really like, it's so surprising. And I had no idea. Yeah, genuinely, I was like, I need to find this. I was like, I swear I would have gotten a notification. I had no idea. And yeah, so I'm really looking forward to seeing Murphy's
Look
answers.
at you making waves.
And it was honestly just because I felt as though I'd done the freakout tag so many times that I was like, I need something new. So
Yeah.
yeah, very exciting. But yeah, so that's something to look forward to, friends, to go watch and support and see Murphy's answers. But how did you do, Rainy?
I got to 52%. So we're chugging along. I'm still absolutely loving it. Ready for more answers and things. But yeah, I'm really liking it. So
Woohoo! Good. I'm so pleased that both of us are enjoying our books right now, and we're making progress.
I do also like that I'm reading it for a book club, for a fantasy romance book club, and it's on Fable, which I really, really like, because when people, are reading it, it's like you can see all their comments in every chapter. So I've been very much enjoying that.
Ah, perfect. Yeah, that is awesome. Yeah. Buddy reads, reading with people. It's all a good time. So what she said, listen to the audiobook of Into Thin Air. So this is by John Krakauer that we were talking about, and recommend. The 96 Everest disaster was crazy. Honestly, like, I'm aware that this is probably a masterpiece, especially when it comes to like nature writing, but in a bit of a different like high stakes sense. So I do want to try it. I just have to like prepare myself, and I would want to physically read it. But you said the audio is good, so maybe I should try it on audio. Anyways, so I'm putting my nonfiction aside for now. This is going to have to be something I buy and take time to digest. Yeah, I'm always so slow with nonfiction. I like it when I read it. I just don't read it very often, and I need to have the time to do it. Good morning, Jojo. I hope you're having a lovely morning on the other side of the world, reading The Cat Who Caught a Killer. I love cats. That sounds fun. Next audiobook, I saw this come in, and Jess, I had recommended Elevator Pitch. I know that you've been avoiding the Can We Trust vlogs because both of these titles had been featured throughout.
Oh, yeah.
But I didn't read Elevator Pitch, so maybe that indicates my thoughts on the Bandit Queen. But I don't know. I've heard that the Elevator Pitch is like a really fun kind of high stakes thriller. I have heard the critique in general that it's a longer thriller, and a lot of us have been talking about how thrillers are one of those genres that we don't want to tome. We want like a shorter read for it. So yeah. Hype that I only used about 2,000. Oh, I don't know what that currency is, Louise, as far as like the DK. Is it like, I know that, anyways, I know what country you're from, but I don't know what it is. Food for 8 people for a week. I had double the amount to be able to use. Oh my gosh. Nice. Okay, fine, Rainy. I'll read my other book for now, but we'll read this one tomorrow.
Oh, you can read it today. I'm not going to catch up today.
I can't spoil it, but the vibe was something that I really like, so it was good for me. But if you're not a vibe kind of person, 100% see someone not liking it, I wouldn't call it 100% a thriller.
I mean, I'm all about vibing in a book, but it just depends what the book is. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, and Marie went on like later on mentioning like didn't want to confuse you, but it's more of a mystery than a thriller, but like mainly like not a horror, so it's not scary. So that
Yeah.
maybe that's it.
Yeah.
It just wasn't scary enough for a lot of people. Didn't read. I just finished editing tomorrow's Tiffany Roberts reading vlog. I would you'd recommend When No One Is Watching by Alyssa Cole. I had borrowed that from the library and I ended up returning it, but
I've not read that, so I can't recommend that one. I was trying to think of ones I would recommend, and I'm still gonna figure it out. I'll get it.
I mean, to say there have been thrillers that I've liked. Like, for instance, I enjoyed What Lies in the Woods by K.L.S. Marshall. Yeah, I gave that 4 stars. I thought it was fun.
Oh, I did not like that one.
Interesting. I like
literally copy case of a literal case. So
yeah, and I hadn't even noticed it, to be honest. And I think that's why I liked it. I know that a lot of people have issues with that book if they connect it to the case it's inspired from.
Yeah.
Whereas I didn't even know a dang thing. And I was like, okay, this is fun. I like The Manor House, but that one's definitely more mystery thriller than it is thriller.
Character girly though?
Am I a character girly? Yeah, I like character driven stuff. Like, I do like that. I'm trying to think what else. What other thrillers have I?
Trying to because I have two.
I liked Chasing the Boogeyman by Richard Chismar. That one's like a thriller.
I'm just, I don't know, because I see some on my shelves and I'm like, well, okay, I'm gonna have to message you about one specifically to see if this trigger is like something that you don't want to read. The other one, I'm just like, ooh, I wonder if you would like that because it's so good. Have you heard of Blood Sugar?
Blood Sugar? I don't think so. I don't think I've heard of it.
It's good. It's about this girl that her husband, he has diabetes and he dies in the middle of the night from like some diabetic outbreak or something. And like the police think that she has done it. And then she's like, well, I didn't kill my husband, but I did kill 3 other people. And so it's the story.
I don't mind that. That kind of sounds fun. Okay. Blood Sugar. Okay. Interesting. Hello, Renee. Glad to see you. Have been rewatching the Deadpool movies. Gonna hang here and you guessed it, start a Deadpool comic. Sounds good. Checking in on Renee about planning to see the new movie. I saw this coming from Heather. Not my type was not my type.
Phooey.
Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that. Aspasia's back. Got distracted by more cooking, cleaning. Now, finally gonna read. Cherie needed a thriller to cook dinner. See, the thing is, listening to a thriller, that's the way I kind of have leaned on thrillers recently, and maybe that's also my issue. Maybe I should try to physically read them, but reading If You Tell a Lie by Lucinda.
That author is the one that I wanted to recommend you a book by because it's a phenomenal book, but it's a topic not everybody's going to want to read about.
Okay. Yeah. Privately message me and let me know what it is.
I thought it was outstanding. And there was a thing at the end that I was like, oh!
I just started
you find out like when people like do like a different like perspective change or just like something that like you just never expect at the end. I'm like, yes, I appreciate it.
If there isn't a sociopath at the end, I'm willing to try it. You know what I mean? So it just let me know as far as like that. Because if that trope isn't there,
I wouldn't say they're a sociopath. I would say they've gone through trauma.
Okay.
But
yeah, I was gonna be like, that's okay. that's fine. Yeah, I just hate it when there's like the reveal that one of the people ends up being
it's not a sociopath. But you'll get mad. But I got mad, but was like, oh, that was brilliant.
Yeah, like if it's a good mad, which sounds strange, if it's a good mad, I'm down. So yeah, let me know what book you're thinking of. Watching it tomorrow with friends. Yes, we get a few days before The Americans. Good for you. 7 more bind off parts done. 17 to go. Started elevator pitch. I've heard it's like compelling, just a bit long. Hello, Danny. Yes, saw your excitement before, but we will greet you when you returned. Just got back from a walk with your mom. That sounds lovely. I need to go for a walk this evening. That is my goal. Played Dreamlight Valley after finishing Not My Type. That sounds smart. A nice cozy sprint after a disappointing read. I think that was the right call for you. Got 80% through my book. And Allison, you cried. I hope it was a good cry.
Okay, I put it for you in the private tab so you can look at that.
Okay, I will look at it and we will see what happens. And yeah, I know it's so exciting. I can't even believe it, especially because Murphy was like, "Yeah, I saw this a couple weeks ago." Blah blah blah, and I was like, I popped up on Murphy's feed. Like what? Doesn't compute. Made it to chapter 27 of The Stowaway. It's completely unhinged. Christy, are you into an unhinged narrative? Because then that means it's perfect. Jojo got to 2/3 of the way through her book. Started the comic, then decided to make taco leftovers. Meanwhile, Cecilia is just continuing to produce these huge numbers, 104 pages of In the Woods.
Good.
Yeah, I hope you're liking it because you are whipping through it very quickly. It's not that big of a book. I think we are finally finished with One Kiddo's Room. A lot to go in the Time Will Tell storage before donation. Oh no. Into Thin Air dips more into the commercialization of Everest climbs. Not so much nature, but man trying to tame it and losing. It follows two climbing companies who were competitors. Well, you know what? This tracks with Islands of Abandonment. When I picked that up, I thought it was going to be more of a nature writing story, and it's nonfiction. Each chapter focuses on a different location in which humans have abandoned the area for one reason or another, oftentimes because they destroyed it, and just like how it's kind of, and a lot of it is this kind of discussion surrounding rebuilding, human impact, and it is slightly nature, but it's a lot of it is just like society and how we've like commercialization and just like production, like mass production has like made us forget everything else. So interesting. I have to get this cleaned up and then I can start the daughter's room. Awesome, Alicia. 80% into my book. Not sure whether to finish it tonight or head off to bed. You know what, Jay? If you're feeling tired and you feel like you're in a good place, might as well stop here so then you can get a good night's rest and then finish it tomorrow. But everyone's getting to very close to the end of their books. And how in 96, the storm that hit wasn't predicted. This is a continuation of Into Thin Air. But there were also bad decisions that were made by both teams. Yeah, you're making me want to read it. Read up to 47% of Liar Snot, hoping to get past 50% mark. Still loving it, so it might be my first 5-star read since April.
Yay.
Oh my gosh, you've had a dry spell, Yelena, but I'm glad that it might be a 5-star for you. Made and ate dinner. My book is making me cry. So many tears in the comments too. I am feeling all the things right now. I really like your new haircut. It looks lovely. I haven't even complimented your haircut. You're right. It does look shorter. I kind of
it was down to like here.
I know. Well, you know what it is? It's because in your vlogs, you always have it like up in your towel.
I do. I do.
Which I adore. But I always forget to notice it.
It's up most of the time. So honestly, I was like, oh, now like it's manageable. I can have it down in videos, whereas it needs to be up.
And it's just easier. Like as someone who also did not have as big of a chop as you did, you can feel the difference.
Well, it took literally a minute to brush my hair in the shower, and it used to take like 20.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
It was nice.
My friend and I were buddy reading Chain Gang All-Stars. We both decided to DNF during that sprint and move on to Alone with You in the Ether. Man, I don't know. I've heard like mixed things about Chain Gang All-Stars. I don't think I want to read it. I don't know why. I hope that this other read works out for you, Aspasia, though. And then, yes, heading to the Deadpool movie on Saturday. Yeah, there has been like a lot of hype surrounding it, so I hope it doesn't end up being a flop. Thinking I will. Love both the previous movies, and this new movie will have more connections and stuff. So really like it. And you'll have the comics to look forward to compare to. Was it Saving Noah?
It was.
Heather guessed it. Good job, Heather. Oh my gosh.
It's so good. I'm just saying.
Okay, Saving Noah. I'll think about it. I finished all the scout work and my comic fables. Still going strong for the Bookymon.
Good.
Woohoo. It's a good cry, just relatable things going on. Oh, yeah. Oh, it always hits. It's always interesting when you end up picking a book up and you're like, it came to me at the perfect time and I don't understand why. Yeah. Laura Purcell does good horror, thriller, historic fiction. Whoa, quite the blends. I might have to look into her. I got to 88% in my audiobook, currently finishing up the nutrition section. Ooh, I paused that and I halted the meow. It never came. We'll see if it comes when we start it again. Basically, don't eat too much and be sure to eat enough protein. Yeah, those like trying to figure out what to eat and how to eat is crazy. I do enjoy a good unhinged thriller. Okay, Christy. Yeah, I was gonna say so does Rainy. I'm reading a fellow booktuber's Rex. First book was 5 stars. This one's
Nice.
amazing. Let us know which booktuber if you want us all to get some good book recommendations as well. But on that note, are you down for one more sprint?
I was gonna say I have to dip because I have to teach circus, so I have to get ready to go.
Woohoo! Teaching circus. Perfect. Well, thanks for being with me like all day. I really appreciate it.
I was like, go back to work. Oh, I'm so
This was
sad.
like your going away party, kind of.
I did feel like it. Oh, so sad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alas, it is what it is. But yeah, I hope you have a lovely evening, and I'll see you around BookTube.
All right. See you later.
Bye. And then there's just us. Boo, 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 boo. Look at me. I'm in a square now, just so you guys can see my face even closer than it was before. Okay, on that note, let me set us up for one more sprint. I'll probably I'll just keep it for an hour, and we'll call it a nice long day. I don't have anyone to send you to. Typically, for those of you who are new, we would do teleportation train. So you would just sit back, make sure your seatbelts are secure, and I would just transfer you over to Brittany Loves Reading because she sprints for another 5 hours. She's on vacation this week, so she's not hosting her public sprints. So I'm just going to go for another hour. We'll relax. But if you want to hang out with me more on Tuesdays, that's usually what's going to happen. So if you want like a full on, like nearly 12-hour day with us, we do it every Tuesday. I will put up the banner just so that people know. I need to create one though, because it usually tells you all that we're heading over to Brittany's, and sadly we're not, but she deserves a break, so it's totally fine. There we go. Okay, well, I will see everybody in an hour. Thanks for hanging out with me all day. If you have to leave, no worries. It was lovely to spend even just a little bit of time with you. Hello, welcome back. This is your final reminder to make sure that you've been drinking enough water today, that you've got snacks, you've got dinner in the oven, breakfast on the way, something to that effect, especially if you've been here for quite some hours. This was our final sprint, but don't worry, we are in luck, and it's all thanks to Glenda. So Glenda let me know that Bree from Four Paws in a Book is hosting sprints in honestly about a half an hour. So by the time we're done chatting, it'll probably be maybe 10 minutes to her start time. So when this ends, it will just transport you. So you're perfectly fine. The transportation train lives on, even as Brittany is on vacation. So that is lovely. I wondered if someone was going to be sprinting in Brittany's place, but I hadn't really been sure. So let me know how you ended up doing. Cecilia's enjoying the book, but it's getting late for me, so going to bed. Understandable. I think a few of us ended up going to bed on that sprint. Yeah, exactly. It's just a good time to read it and understand the characters and relate to them. Yeah, it arrived at the perfect time. That is honestly the perfect book for you right now then. Love a good teleport. I agree, Cherie. And yeah, in the clutch, in the last sprint, I was able to secure a place to send you all. Louise also ended up going to bed. Good night, Louise. I'm sure you're gone already. Loving Fourth Wing. Am on chapter 8. So early days, but you're already enjoying it. That's great. We have Jess in the comments. Hello. And I don't think I've told anyone, but I had the pleasure of meeting Jess in person. I hope your travels ended up going well, that you ended up having enough time to return home, relax for a few days. I meant to check in with you on the road, so I apologize I didn't do that. But yeah, it was lovely to see you too. Oh my gosh. We had such a fun time. We went to a bookstore. We had dinner. I was able to meet some of Jess's friends. They were so welcoming. I was very nervous. I was like, I feel like I'm encroaching on their time together. But yeah, not surprising. Jess is a hoot in person as well. That was a breakfast sprint for me. I have a yummy, gluten-free fruit loaf that I just toast up with some butter. Awesome. Got distracted listening to podcasts. I'll try reading some before bed. Thanks for the sprints. Of course, Yelena. I also forgot. I didn't tell you all how I did. So I ended up reading a couple more chapters in this contemporary romance, If I Never Met You. And genuinely, like, you all who've been here for a while know that romance isn't my thing, but I'm really enjoying this and I'm really happy about it. I also finally watched Murphy's video for her Calm Down tag answers, and so many books that she's mentioned I've either read and loved or have been meaning to read. And so I'm like, Murphy, you don't know this, but we are the same person. So it was really exciting to see her answer those questions. And I also did a post in the community tag for people who want, or the community tab. So if you want to see it, it's right there, easy access. Hello, Mia. Oh my gosh, you arrived just in the end, but don't worry, sending you off in good hands. Just joined during the last sprint, started to read Razorblade Tears. Ooh, that's by Crosby, isn't it? Or Cosby? What's his name? I'm going to look it up really quickly. S.A. Cosby. Yep. That's an author I've been meaning to try. You know, Nell Diamond, Mia, if you do know her, she ended up getting to meet him in person. I think Vanessa did too, from Read with Dr. B. I filmed my August TBR. Awesome, Laura. Really enjoying Elevator Pitch, the drama. That's what I've been hearing. I haven't read it, but I thought it would be a safe place. Finished editing that heavy graphic video early. Now doing a vlog. Woohoo. I wonder if I know the vlog that you're doing. 91% through. Crying. This book is breaking me, but it's good. Oh no. Got my buddy read pages done. Danny, I am like 10 minutes, according to my e-reader, away from finishing. So I'll be able to immediately start chatting with you and Nell as soon as we wrap these things up and I finish the chapter I'm on, but I'm currently vibing with it. I read a few more chapters in between the 2 tandem read books. I feel like it's taking me forever to get through them. Well, especially when you're doing tandem reads, you are juggling like a mass of reading more than just if you focus on one read at a time. So it makes sense. Back from going out. Sounds great, Sherry. You have a class today, though. So it seems like you're really busy today. got to 79%. Will finish over at Breeze. Yes, JoJo, I support it. I also changed my TBR game a tad, so that took some time. Yeah, especially adapting to it, trying to like figure out the changing in rules or however you end up handling it. I made it back before the end, started supper, enchiladas. Man, there have been so many good foods mentioned in the chat today. I'm very jealous of all of you. Yes, remember to hydrate. It's so important. Made it to page 109 of Leather and Lark. This book is absolutely fantastic. Pauline, I'm so glad that you are enjoying this second book in the series because those are genuinely the most nerve-wracking ones. There were cats. Yes, it was amazing. So we went to this like nearby secondhand shop that fosters cats, and they just kind of rule the store, and you respect them as you should, and it was lovely. Thanks for hosting. Of course, Christina. It was really great to see you. Started Kathy Yardley's new book, Do Me a Favor. So far, I'm enjoying it. That's another author that's on my list to try. But again, I was always like kind of nervous about trying certain romance authors because Kathy Yardley is that the same author who did role playing that everyone's adored. So eventually I'll try it, but I haven't really. This is my first great romance for the moment, so I'll continue to dip my toes back into that genre. I also have Horror Movie by Paul Tremblay on my list of books to start tonight because I'm juggling so many books. I am also reading Space Opera by Catherine Valeni. I'm about 80% through that audiobook. So if I finish that tonight, and that's my goal, I can finally start Horror Movie. It's a physical read, but I still only like juggling like at most 3 books at one time if I can. So yeah, I'm excited, but I'm nervous because I have never read anything by Paul Tremblay before, but it does seem like my vibe. This idea of kind of a vintage grunge. I know that the 90s isn't vintage, but you know what I mean? Because I'm pretty sure it's set in like the 80s, 90s, or a la the kind of Scream franchise when film, was really leaning into horror franchises. I've been in a mood for those. I've got a couple on my shelves that have that vibe, and I need to finally start it. Oh, anyways, but also speaking of space opera, I had Solar on the screen. That's the person I'm buddy reading it with. That's so funny. I didn't even pay attention to who this comment was. And you're talking about space opera. Okay, so just popped in to say hi. Gonna try to get a good chunk of space opera done. Figure out how the voice memos work on Discord. It's honestly just like you hold it and then you can like swipe up to lock it in, and then you can just start talking. We've been sending voice messages, and yeah, I meant to send you a voice message at 75%. I didn't do that. So I might wait until I just finish the book. We've all just kind of been trying to finish the book at this point. So Solar kindly let me move ahead, everyone. I promise I'm not a terrible buddy reader who like ignores the fellow buddies. Of course, Glenda. Yeah, I'll see you somewhere on the internet very soon. Also, for those of you who ended up getting invested in Battle of the Booktubers, and you have caught up on the vlogs, or you plan to in the next week, or maybe you're just like, hey, I don't think I'll have time, but I do want to see like who wins this round. There's going to be a live show on Danny Dabble's channel this Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern time. So I plan on being there. It's going to be a good time. And then the next day we'll be having like after party sprints with like a bunch of the people from round 2 and maybe some people from round 1, just kind of getting things in the mix. So yeah, I'll probably see you all over there on Saturday too. See you in Brianna sprints in just a few minutes. I've been working on my notes, scripts for my next videos outside of secret project stuff. Yes. My upload schedule has slowed a lot and I want to stay somewhat on track. That is honestly one of the biggest things with BookTube is that once you get on a schedule, when you're used to it, it's lovely. But as soon as you get off said schedule, it is hard to get back on that horse and like keep track of it. So I understand what you mean, like the slowdown of the kind of returning to normal, and then you're like, okay, gotta battle it up and everything. For me, it's also just like the editing. Like I'm fine with recording a bunch of stuff, but sitting down to edit takes me so much longer. Yeah, Sherry, you are doing so much today. Of course, Jess. So glad that you could join me. There's also a bunch of other people sprinting. Atia was here earlier, by the way, for those of you who've been here for long enough to have seen Atia. So you can go hang out on sprinting right now. Hannah is going to be sprinting at 7 p.m. But also Bree that's the person that this sprint's going to take you to. So like you don't have to do anything. You can just hang out. Some of you, depending on what device you're using, it might ask you to like confirm that you're willing to teleport, but more often than not, it doesn't. It just lets you go through. So yeah, like figure out where you might want to travel next. I support whatever direction you go to because it'll, continue your productivity. But that will probably be it for me. I really do appreciate everyone who's just like hung out for however long. You guys make my days off on Tuesday really lovely. And it's really good to be back. So yeah, thanks, Christina. Thanks for adding them all. Genuinely, I'm sure everyone appreciates it, especially if they're trying to like meet new people, figure out who's sprinting. But yeah, I'll end it here, and I'll send you guys over to Breeze. If you end up arriving there, obviously you're going to be there about 20 minutes early. Just chill out. Make sure you're prepared for the start of her sprints, and then we're going to have a really good time over there too. Okay, I am going to see you guys somewhere on the internet real soon. Bye.